Mic two.
Check. Good afternoon.
Wow, what a beautiful moment. Don't they look lovely? Mrs. Marcy Edwards, Chairman of the Board of Management here at KNOX College. And I'm going to ask us to make these people feel special, because they are special. So just give an applaud as I go through. To the Chairman of the Board, we welcome you. The Reverend Gary Harriet, Vice Chairman of the Board of Management, and other members of the Board of Management. The Reverend Anthony Chung, Deputy General Secretary of the Southern Regional Mission Council of the United Church in Jamaica and the Cayman Islands. Can we welcome him? We are anticipating our keynote speaker momentarily, but as he takes his seat, I'd like to welcome His Worship, the Mayor of Port Maria, Councillor Fitzroy Wilson, who is today a proud father. To our Vice Principals, Mrs. Maxine Joseph Platt and Mr. Omar Smith, can we welcome them to their own house? Can we acknowledge and make special the great coordinators who led these students over this past academic year, Mrs. Faithlyn Miller and Mrs. Shanique Plummer. Can we celebrate them? Colleague, members of staff, and we can celebrate the staff members here at the school. Mrs. Doreen Evans and other specially invited guests. And this gentleman, I have to call him out. He is, for more than 3.5 decades now, providing the photography service here at KNOX College. And it's just a special relationship over the years. Mr. Mackenzie and your team, welcome, sir. We are very happy to have you one more time. We also welcome the members of the media who are here with us today. We can celebrate the members of the media. I know members from JIS and other members of the media are here today. To our parents, guardians, family members, supporters, and well-wishers, and those joining us on the live stream, welcome. Most importantly, to the members of the graduating class of 2026, I want to celebrate you and make you feel very, very special this afternoon. Can we celebrate the class of 2026? Ladies and gentlemen, sons and daughters, friends all, good afternoon. It is my distinct honor on behalf of the Board of Management, administration, staff, and students of KNOX College to welcome you to this graduation ceremony. Today, we celebrate our students and their journey to this stage. We celebrate their endurance and their diligence, the support of their families, the work of their teachers, and the strength of this great institution, KNOX College. And we do so while giving thanks for God's grace, which has sustained us all. These graduates exemplify the spirit of KNOX. Even when the road grew difficult, they kept pressing forward. They have shown that they know how to strive, they know how to serve, and they do not yield. To you, my sons and daughters, the class of 2026, congratulations. We honor you and we celebrate you. We thank God for bringing you to this milestone. Today's keynote speaker is on her way, and she's no stranger to a setting like this. We are very grateful to have her, and at the appropriate time we will acknowledge her. She is the State Minister in the Ministry of Education, Youth, Skills and Information, the Honorable Rhoda Moy Crawford, and she is a proud past student of this noble institution called KNOX College. I eagerly await the story she will tell, because hers is a story of resilience, of rising above challenge, and proving to all of us that you are only limited by your own self. We look forward to her presentation. We also look forward to welcoming the members of the Minister's Party, and we thank the Ministry of Education, Youth Skills and Information for its continued support of KNOX College. I also acknowledge with deep appreciation our chairman and the members of the Board of Management who continue to provide steady leadership and support to this school. I also extend our gratitude to the United Church in Jamaica and the Cayman Islands, the church under whose auspices KNOX College was established in 1947. We remain deeply conscious of the faith, vision, sacrifice, and service upon which this institution was built. These are part of the roots that continue to ground us. KNOX College has always been more than a school. It is a place of formation where young people are challenged to think deeply, work diligently, act honorably, and serve meaningfully. We are the big school, the home of excellence, and those who pass through these gates become a part of a story much larger than themselves. They become a part of a wonderful tradition and a vibrant alumni association. And today, representing the past student of KNOX College, I welcome and thank the past student. I welcome Mr. Michael Powell, who's here with us today. Could we celebrate him and all of the past students he represents today? Class of 2026, you're a part of the KNOX story and a big part of Jamaica's hope. As you rise in purpose, I want you to say to you publicly, I'm very proud of you. I am proud of the entire cohort of 300 students. I'm proud of those seated here today. I'm proud of those whose journey took a different path, but who remain a part of this year group and a part of this story. I am proud because I know that you did not arrive here by an easy road. Ladies and gentlemen, the numbers we celebrate today are significant. So hear me carefully. Our combined grades 11 and 13 cohort is 300 students strong. And of that number, 293 or 98% met the graduation requirements. And even more special, a total of 199 of these students graduate with honors today. This achievement must not be treated as ordinary, because the journey of this cohort was anything but ordinary. Their schooling was disrupted by the COVID-19 pandemic and major weather events that disrupted families, communities, schools, and the normal rhythm of life. Hurricane Melissa tested us deeply. It interrupted our routines, affected our facility, disrupted our plans, and demanded significant adjustments from everyone. Students, teachers, parents, the entire community, the entire country. Yet, by the grace of God, and through the efforts of many, KNOX College, driven by passion and purpose, kept true to our mission and vision. Look at us now. While we're still recovering, I use this occasion to assure our parents, students, staff, past students, and the wider community that KNOX College is moving forward with confidence. Our post-Melissa recovery continues, and while work remains, we are on a course to be fully functional for September, including the full operation of all our programs. To our grade 11 students, Knox College remains the place where your growth can continue. Knox College remains strong academically. Our 2025 CSEC results included several 100% pass rates across technical, vocational, business, science, and arts-related subjects, along with a 99% pass in the compulsory English A. At the CAPE level, many of the Unit 1 and Unit 2 subjects also recorded 100% pass rates. These results remind us that Knox continues to be a place where excellence is not merely desired, but pursued with seriousness. But excellence at Knox has never been confined to the classroom. Our female volleyball team claimed a 4th consecutive ISA national title. Yeah, come on, give it up. And our under 16 male volleyball team also won the National One-Day Rally Championship. And this very, very special young lady, she's not here today, but her name must echo in the annals of Knox. Tawena Marston earned a silver medal in the Class 3 200 meters at Champs and has earned the opportunity to represent Jamaica at the NACAC Under 18 Championships in Mexico next month. She's an outstanding athlete and the first female in a very long time, many decades, who has earned us points at the national championships. Our DaCosta Cup team, robotics program, debating programs, and many extracurricular programs created meaningful opportunities and great success stories for our students and school community this past year. These achievements and programs matter because they demonstrate the range of talent, discipline, and ambition present at Knox College. They remind us that when students are properly guided, challenged, supported, and encouraged, they can rise in many different arenas. And in that regard, to the parents and guardians, thank you for entrusting your children to us and for your sacrifices, prayers, and support. This day belongs to you as well, and you have every right to beam with pride. To our teachers, thank you for standing in the gap during this very demanding year. Thank you for teaching, for guiding, correcting, encouraging, counseling, adjusting, persevering. To our grade coordinators in particular, Mrs. Miller and Mrs. Plummer, thank you for your leadership, your patience, and your steady work. To our vice principals, Mrs. Joseph Platt and Mr. Smith, thank you for your consistent support in the leadership of the academic, pastoral, and administrative life of the school. To the wider staff, the ancillary team, the administrative team, our support groups, past students, and all friends of Knox College, thank you for helping this school continue to rise. All your support has helped to shape lives, strengthen this institution, and contribute to the future of our nation. And now, just a few remarks to the class of 2026. And I return you to the theme for our graduation: rooted in excellence, rising in purpose. Sons and daughters, to be rooted in excellence is to be grounded in something strong. It is to be grounded in discipline, faith, hard work, integrity, humility, and respect for others, the core values of your school. Excellence is not only about distinctions, certificates, trophies, or public recognition. Excellence is showing up when you're tired, as you did. It is about doing right when no one is watching. It is taking correction without resentment. It is about developing your gifts. It is refusing to settle for mediocrity. It is becoming dependable, thoughtful, disciplined, and useful. To rise in purpose, the second branch of our theme, is to understand that more deeply now, your life matters, your gifts matter, Your choices matter. Your character matters. Your families need you. Your communities need you. Jamaica needs you. The world needs young people who are not only bright, but who are wise. Not only ambitious, but who are grounded. Not only successful, but who are disciplined and principled. And so, sons and daughters, as you leave this stage of your journey, transition with the confidence that comes from knowing that what might have delayed you did not defeat you. You were tested, but you never yielded. You proved that with faith, consistent discipline, and determination, you can keep going. So to you I say, well done. And as you continue forward, sons and daughters, please do not chase success without character. Do not rise and forget those who helped to root you, especially your parents and your teachers. Do not allow distractions, poor choices, careless friendships, or the misuse of technology to derail the promise that is in you. Let excellence be your standard and purpose be your compass. Trust God, honor your family, respect yourself, serve your communities, your country, and the world. Build wisely, think deeply, work honestly, lead courageously, and wherever life takes you, remember, you are now and forever a KNOXite. You came from a school that taught you to strive, to serve, and not to yield. So class of 2026, rise with courage, rise with discipline, rise with faith, rise with humility, rise with purpose. On behalf of the board, the administration, the staff, and all of us here today and online, I welcome everyone once again to this graduation ceremony, and I congratulate the class of 2026. May God bless you. May God bless Knox College. And may God bless Jamaica, land we love. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. And at this juncture, I'll invite everyone at this time to stand. I also invite you at this time to blend your voices together as we sing lustily and with great pride our school song. The words are printed in the program. We will carry on largely unannounced after this. Please follow along in your programs.
Let us pray. Eternal God, we receive this day as a gift from you. Indeed, your goodness has been running after us. Great is your faithfulness, O Lord, our God. Loving Lord, we thank you for the vision that gave birth to this complex of schools. We thank you for those who have provided leadership, those who have served on the various staff over the years, those students who have passed through these hallowed grounds and have been making positive impact in this nation and indeed in the global space. Remember as well those who have served but are no longer with us in this life. We celebrate today, O God, those who are a part of the present KNOXite generation. We thank you for our principal, our vice principals, members of our board, members of staff across the various areas of service, departments. We thank you for all the students who are part of this institution. And in a special way, we thank you for the graduating class of 2026. Despite the challenges, they have stuck to the task. You have enabled them. And so we're able to gather this evening in a spirit of celebration. We thank you for their successes and pray that your hand will continue to be upon their lives. So we ask you to be present with us in this ceremony. Inspire us by the leading of your Spirit. Help us to sense your presence. And we pray, God, that this event will be marked by excellence. And at the end of it, all of us will say it was good for us to have been here, but more so to be inspired as we move forward into the world. Bless our company now, we pray. In Christ's name, amen.
Moderator, Chairman of the members of the board, Reverend Anthony Chung, Regional Deputy General Secretary for the United Church in Jamaica and the Cayman Islands, I'm going to note our expected guest speaker, our other distinguished and specially invited guests, members of the media, our members of the PTA and members of past student bodies, other supporters, and those joining us online, and most of all, our distinguished, esteemed graduates. Good afternoon, and it's wonderful to be here again this afternoon. And I just welcome you all to this, our graduation ceremony. Welcome you on behalf of the Board of Management. And once again, it is a great pleasure for me to be able to be here at another graduation given the fact that we had significant challenges. Remember that we started the year with the visit of Miss Melissa, and that created significant problems for us. But we are so thankful that we're able to host another graduation ceremony for our hard-working students of this big school, what I call the beacon on the hill, our one college, our KNOX college. And so, despite what has been an extremely challenging school year, which started, as I said, with the visit of Hurricane Melissa, and the very disruptive damages that she caused, you have continued to excel in many ways and in many areas, proving your resilience and your determination to attain your goals. All things considered, we could not have a more fitting theme for the graduation this year: rooted in excellence, rising in purpose. I'll say a little bit about that shortly, but I just want you to remember that you could not have accomplished all that you have without the dedication of and the yeoman's work put in by our administrative staff, our teachers, our ancillary, and all other staff members who have in many times who went beyond the call of duty and who defied the odds to ensure that you were able to have classes. And we just thank you for them. The board acknowledges and thanks all staff members for the part that they have played in bringing you to this place to facilitate this afternoon's ceremony. We are still a little way from, not a little, we are still a far way from rehabilitating the campus to where we need to get it after Melissa. But we are grateful for the progress we have made so far, and we are very hopeful for better days ahead. Many thanks also to parents, guardians, organizations, and other support groups who have played important roles in getting you to this stage in your life's journey amidst the unanticipated challenges created by Miss Melissa's visit. Accomplished graduates of KNOX College, class of 26. As we send you out today to continue the adventure of life, we ask that you do so with the theme of your graduation at the forefront of your minds. Remember the theme: rooted in excellence, rising in purpose. And I just want to know, what does this mean to you? I'll tell you what it means to me. Being rooted means you honor your heritage and you ground yourself in your core values. You ground yourself in your faith and the lessons that you have learned from past experiences. This helps you to build a strong and unshakable foundation from which to launch and build your character and your career. Excellence is a quality that KNOX encourages, so I know you understand this concept. You are committed to continuous learning and integrity and will always do your absolute best in everything you undertake. Rising focuses on personal, academic, and professional growth, resilience in the face of adversity, and making a positive impact on society. And purpose encourages intentional living, serving others, and ensuring your actions align with your broader goals and the legacy that you want to leave behind. When you combine these, you should have a mindset which embodies the idea that when you are firmly grounded in your core values and heritage, you can boldly pursue your ultimate goals and make a meaningful impact wherever you are. The time you spent at KNOX has given you core values of discipline, integrity, honesty, respect, and love, rooted as we are in the Christian faith. We trust you to have these firmly planted in your minds to guide decision-making as you rise to achieve the purposes for which you were created. As you leave the KNOX environment and take your place in the larger scheme of life, we ask you to stay rooted in the culture of excellence for which we are known, so you can confidently rise to fulfill your God-given purpose. As you do this, you will live out the motto that guided you through school: to strive, to serve, and not to yield. You will have the right attitude and the principles to help you take your place in the world and be a credit to your school, to your family, to your country, and most importantly, to our God. Congratulations, graduates. Congratulations. Accept our good wishes and our prayers for your continued success. The big school on the hill, the one college, the KNOX College, has prepared you for such a time as this. Go and rise in your purpose while remaining rooted in excellence. Every blessing from the Board of Management.
Thank you very much. I think this is my third time at this function, and two things always happen. It is always marked by excellence, and they always have to lower the microphone. Good afternoon, everyone. Chair, Mrs. Marcia Edwards, Vice Chair of the Board, Reverend Gary Harriott, other members of the board, Principal Dr. Alexander Bourne, members of the school staff, academic, administrative, and ancillary. Our guest speaker, Honorable Rhoda Moy Crawford, Minister of State in the Ministry of Education, Skills, Youth, and Information, and members of her party. Political representatives, distinguished guests, members of the class of 2026, parents, family members, friends, all, good afternoon. The Southern Regional Mission Council of the United Church in Jamaica and the Cayman Islands is very pleased to identify with this occasion, and we're happy to extend greetings. The event marks a significant moment in the life of our institution, KNOX College, as well as in the life of the students who are leaving. And as a Christian denomination, we are delighted to join in this celebration. We applaud the school leadership, all the members of staff, for the various roles they have played in shaping the lives, molding the character, and developing the minds of our students who are leaving. Like a midwife, your actions have been pivotal in bringing these students, to this very significant moment in their journey. You have prepared them to leave from the relative safety and security of this institution to the next stage of their educational and personal development. They are about to enter into the real world, and it is because of your contribution. As a church, we acknowledge, therefore, and celebrate the staff, teachers, and all the workers of the KNOX College. To the school leavers, we salute you and offer you our best wishes as you move forward. It was through your effort, hard work, and diligence that you have arrived at this juncture. Your accomplishments to this point are deserving of acknowledgement. This is a time to celebrate. You did not do it alone, however. Therefore, we urge you, remember those who have helped and guided you on the journey so far, especially your teachers, the supportive home environment that undergirded you, and the wider community that provided encouragement. As you leave to move to the next stage, go with God's richest blessings and strive to keep on soaring to higher heights. Don't just settle for the ordinary. Instead, let excellence be your North Star. Rooted in excellence, may you soar to your higher purpose and fulfill your God-given potential. And always keep God as your constant companion. In closing, the United Church in Jamaica and the Cayman Islands remains fully committed to supporting the schools and institutions for which we are stewards. We are convinced that our schools form an integral part of our mission as we seek to touch lives, nurture, disciple, and seek transformation through Christ. Therefore, Dr. Bourne, please do not hesitate to reach out to us. We are here to serve alongside you. Graduates, go forward in confidence. Remember from whence you have come. Keep your eyes on your goal. Remain rooted in excellence as you rise to fulfill your God-given purpose. With every blessing, on behalf of the United Church in Jamaica and the Cayman Islands.
Good afternoon, everyone. Chairman of the board, Mrs. Marcia Edwards, Vice Chairman, Reverend Gary Harriott, Deputy General Secretary of the United Church in Jamaica and Cayman Islands, Reverend Anthony Chung, all our distinguished guests, Principal Dr. Alexander Bourne, Vice Principals Mrs. Maxine Joseph Splatt and Mr. Omar Smith, all members of staff, academic staff, administrative staff, ancillary staff, the entire KNOX College family, proud parents, well-wishers, and our VIPs for this afternoon, the graduating class of 2026. A pleasant, pleasant afternoon to you all. The honor is mine this afternoon to introduce to you our guest speaker. And might I add, she's no stranger to us, and I think we can safely say that she's indeed a big deal. She is the Member of Parliament for Manchester Central and the Minister of State in the Ministry of Education, Skills, Youth and Information. She's the youngest Minister of State and the first female Member of Parliament for the constituency of Manchester Central and the parish of Manchester. Tell her she's a big deal. I'm quite sure we may know who we're talking about, right? But I'm not ready to give the big reveal just yet. Just bear with me for a second. Now, she hails from Mandeville, Manchester. She is a PhD candidate, a graduate of Villa Road Primary, KNOX College, a big deal, Shortwood Teachers College, and the University of the West Indies, Mona Campus. She holds a Master's of Education degree in Educational Administration, a bachelor's degree in language education, and a secondary education diploma in English language and English literature. She has assumed numerous positions of leadership in the recipient and is a recipient of several awards of excellence. She has chaired several leadership and community outreach committees. She has coached the St. Martin National Debating Team. She has hosted several radio programs in Dutch St. Martin and has assumed lead roles in several plays locally and regionally. Isn't she a big deal? Her career in education has seen her employed as a teacher of English language and literature at Excelsior High School, right here in Jamaica, and a teacher of English language in several schools in Dutch St. Martin. At the international and regional levels, she has represented Jamaica at conferences on matters of leadership, democracy, women empowerment, tourism, and economic development in the People's Republic of China, India, Argentina, the United Kingdom, Canada, Grenada, and St. Vincent and the Grenadines. She has also represented St. Martin at regional and international conferences which speak to education reform and environmental initiatives in Barbados and the United States of America. She is a founder of the Get It Right initiative, a campaign aimed at developing rural communities in Jamaica. She continues to dedicate much of her pastime to various outreach projects. Knox College family, I speak of none other than the Honorable Rhoda Moy Crawford, MP, Member of Parliament for Manchester Central, Minister of State in the Ministry of Education, Skills, Youth, and Information. Put your hands together and give her a big, big Knox College welcome.
Thank you so much for such a beautiful introduction. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, graduating class of 2026, a pleasant afternoon. It is so good to be back here at the big school. I have had the opportunity to speak on so many occasions. I would have spoken at so many graduations, but nothing means more to me than to be able to return to Knox College, having left here in 2005 to speak to the graduating class of 2026. Ladies and gentlemen, I have not walked with a prepared script because I want to speak to the graduating class, to all those in attendance, and to those watching online from my heart. When I was graduating in 2005, when our yearbook was published, Reverend Dr. Gordon Cowans, who was my principal at the time, he opened his remarks with a few words that I have never forgotten. And they have served as a guiding principle. His words were, as a Caribbean people, we're not a set of writing people. And unless we begin to tell our stories, it will continue to be his story, her story, and their stories about us. This afternoon, I want to tell my story, And I want to encourage the graduating class that when you leave here, never be afraid to tell your stories. Now, before getting into my charge to the graduating class, I have to confess. This morning, as I began getting ready, I became emotional. And I placed a call to Moya Rotham, who is here. And at the time, she taught Spanish, and she was my homeroom teacher in 9K Rotham. And I told her why I felt overwhelmed. And she told me to just relax, enjoy the moment, and share from my heart. Even as I sat a while ago, just getting here, having Dr. Bourne greeting me. Dr. Bourne served as one of my homeroom teachers while I was at KNOX, and he was also my mathematics teacher. As I sat and I looked behind me, I saw Miss Josephs. At the time, she was Miss Josephs. She's now Mrs. Platt. But at the time, she taught me religious education. We loved her so much. We admired her so much. And most of us in that class that year got grade 1s with distinction. I continued to look around, and I see many other familiar faces. Teachers who held me, teachers who guided me, and teachers who must, what is the word? I don't want to start crying up here, you know. But teachers who are also partly responsible for my successes here today. I see Miss Scott. I see Miss Booth, who was our PE teacher. I see Miss Young, and I remember Miss Young came in as I first met her as a teacher on teaching practice from Church Teachers College. I don't know if I have missed any others in the audience. I will see you afterwards. But the point I want to make to those listening is that it is so much a joy and honor to see these persons still impacting life, still here at the big school, knowing that they played such a great part in who I am today, and to be able to be looking at them here today, and I know how proud they are. Now, to the substance of the presentation. Many persons are not very familiar with my journey, and many persons are of the opinion that my journey began on a crystal stair, that I had life easy, and that is not true. And I want the graduating class to pay close attention to the 5 guidelines or principles that I have followed, or those that have guided me to get me from where I started to where I am today, in hope that you may be able to adopt 1 or 2 of those principles. Now, growing up in Manchester, in a community called Greyground, in the Royal Flat Division of the constituency. If you were to take your phones out now and you were to go on the U.S. Embassy's site and you were to look at the travel advisory, you will see that U.S. nationals wanting to visit Jamaica are warned that if you go to Jamaica and find yourself in the parish of Manchester, there are 2 communities that you must not enter. Those 2 communities are Greyground and Greenvale. I am from Greyground. I grew up hearing that nothing good could come from Greyground. But from very early in my journey, at 3 years old, living in a 1-bedroom right across from the standpipe, made of zinc, board, wattle, and daub. 17 of us living in that one bedroom with 2 beds, a pit latrine, and an outside kitchen. My parents told me very, very early that we are poor, but we're not poverty. And what that meant is that we would not set any limit on who we would become or what we could achieve. They told us very early that there are 2 things essential to escaping our present realities. They told us, as little ones, my cousins, they told us that in order to escape the present reality, we needed to get a good education or a good skill, and we must go to church to learn good moral principles. And as my journey continued, there were many nights at 3 years old that I remember vividly that I had to go to bed hungry. There were many nights when I told my mother or my grandmother that I was hungry and they had nothing for us to eat. They told us to lie flat on our bellies and go to bed, and the next morning we may feel better. They also told us that a part of knowing who you are is accepting your reality, identifying where you want to go and the path you need to take to get there. So I'm encouraging the graduating class, as you continue along life's path, you must first of all know who you are and walk in confidence. If you know who you are and you know where you want to go and what you need to do in order to get there, very few people will be able to discourage you along the path. I didn't even realize that we were poor in that one bedroom because our parents told us that we would never go to the neighbor and beg for bread. Whatever they gave us or didn't have to give us, we had to satisfy. We didn't have plenty shoes. The one shoes I had to wear that to church, to school, to Mandeville, on every occasion, the one shoe. If I had 2 blouses, they had to be washed. But we appreciated where we were, and we knew what we had to do to escape that reality. The second important lesson I have learned on the journey, and I learned that at 6 years old when I started Villa Road Primary. And that important lesson is to develop a spirit of excellence. And I'm saying to the graduating class, in order to be successful, knowing who you are, the next step or the next principle I adopted was developing the spirit of excellence. My family had always told me that whatever I do in life or wherever I go, I must always strive to be among the best. When I got to Villa Road Primary School, there were 4 grade 1s. 1-1, 1-2, 1-3, and 1-4. 1-1 was the brightest, 1-2 the second brightest, and it went downwards. The children or students were placed in classes based on whose parents arrived first. My mother didn't get there too early. I was placed in 1-2. Our 1-2 teacher was Miss Dowdy. I will never forget Miss Dowdy. As the morning went by, Miss Dowdy was heading up the chalkboard. She wrote the subject. She wrote 1-2. She wrote the date. And she wrote the focus area. I raised my hand and I asked her, what is the meaning of 1-2 at 6 years old? She told me that 1-2 is the second brightest class. Immediately, I told myself I'm not staying here. I asked her, where is 1-1? She showed me where 1-1 was. It was to the left, and it was separated by a chalkboard. When Miss Dowdy was not looking, I packed my bags, I took up my books, put them in the bags, and I wiggled underneath the chalkboard. Now, if you look at me, it's fat I get fat now. I was very, very skinny. Now, and I want the graduating class to listen to me well. When I got over into 1-1, Miss Blair caught me. And she said, little one, what are you doing here? I said to her, I hear that this is the brightest class. I want to be in the brightest class. She told me that the class is too full, I can't stay. But she gave me some encouragement. She said, if I went back to 1-2 and I worked very, very hard and got an average of 80% or more, I would be promoted to 2-1. And if I keep that average, I will move to 3-1, 4-1, 5-1, and 6-1 to do my GSAT. That was sufficient for me. I went back to 1-2. I worked very, very hard. And to cut a long story short, I was promoted to 2-1. I continued to 3-1, to 4-1, to 5-1, to 6-1, where I did my GSAT exams, and I got a place right here at the big, big school, KNOX College. Now, the lesson I want the graduating class to take from this, two very important lessons. One, you must never try to cheat your way to success. If you try to cheat your way to success, it will be short-lived. I went over to 1-1, and you see how soon I was caught. The other important lesson you must take away from this story is that to develop a spirit of excellence means to always maintain excellence, to always be among the best. In order to achieve that, it's not a one-time affair. You saw what happened. In 1-2, there were many students who started off in 1-1, but they ended their journey in primary school in 6-4. There were students who started at 1-4, but ended at 6-1. So you always have to continue to work hard at every single step of your journey. So 1, know who you are. 2, develop a spirit of excellence. Now the third very important lesson that I urge the graduating class to adopt is a willingness to make sacrifices. And I learned that very important lesson when I started my journey right here at KNOX College. Now I'm sure Mr. Rotham, Mr. Bourne, and all the teachers who were here in my time thought that I was from a wealthy family or a family of professionals because I was always early, I was well-disciplined, well-behaved, I was a prefect, class monitor, I was involved in several extracurricular activities, always pleasant, always helpful. They didn't know what my realities were. Well, when I started KNOX, things had become even more difficult for my mother. And every year from grade 7, I don't know if it's still being done now, but when we sat in this auditorium and annually there was prize giving. And there would be an award for the top student for every class, and then an overall prize for the top student for the grade. Is it still being done? Okay, good. When I was in grade 7, I saw it. I said, when I got to grade 8, I want that award. Missed it in grade 8. I went to 9K Rotham, decided to try hard again, decided I wanted that award. So I studied extra hard, I worked extra hard, and I got the top student in 9K Rotham. It was a bittersweet moment because this is something that I had wanted and worked so hard for. Parents were invited to those occasions, and my mother couldn't come. She didn't have any money to buy any shoes or to buy a dress to wear. But bear with me and hear the greater sacrifices. When I got to grade 8, or it could have been grade 9, I don't remember which of the grades, but I know it was the time, and the graduating class could back me up. It is the time when you think you are becoming hot girls and hot boys. Not true? All right. Anyway, things had become so difficult for my mother, and at this time, she was selling like slippers and toothbrush and rugs in Santa Cruz. Sometimes she was selling in the market, sometimes she was selling outside at Morrison's store. Because things had become so difficult and I had to take so many transportation to get here, and she couldn't afford it anymore, she asked one of her sisters, my aunt, to allow me to live with her for a while. Now, my aunt didn't have a lot of money, but she was the wealthiest in the family. She was merely a supervisor at KFC. So you know it's not rich, but she was the wealthiest. Now, my aunt didn't have an extra room. And what she had to do, because my other aunties sent their children there as well. There were 4 girls and 4 boys, my cousins, 8 of us. My aunt had to buy some curtains, and she had to part a section of the kitchen to create a bedroom. She put 2 beds in the room, one for the girls and one for the boys. Now, I was attending KNOX, as you know by now. One of my cousins, she was going to Manchester High School. One was going to NCU, and I don't quite remember if the other was going to KNOX Community College. What I do remember is that the bed was not very big. And I want 4 of the graduates, or graduands, because you're not graduates yet, I want 4 of you to join me here quickly. Any 4, you're not going to speak. Join here quickly, 4. Let's go, quick. Just 4. So, 2 more. All right, step forward a bit. I want you to stand side by side. Good. Now, the bed that I was sleeping on, it wasn't as broad as this. We had to sleep on our sides. Turn on your sides. Now, when you're at the corner of the bed, you see when this one in the corner want to get up to use the bathroom, this one had to wake up this one, wake up this one, wake up this one to get off the bed. When this one wanted to go to the bathroom, we had to wake up this one to wake up the next one. And it continued throughout the night. Many days I came to KNOX you can have a seat. I came to KNOX very, very tired, because by the time we finished with that bathroom episode, we only managed about 4 hours of sleep. Worse than that is that I had one single blue blouse. My cousin had one single white blouse. Every evening when I got home from KNOX, I had to wash the blouse, and I had to put it on a hanger, and I had to put it at the window to dry. My cousin wearing the white blouse had to do the very same. And then the tunic, we had to wash it Tuesday evening. And thank God for the fridges, the refrigerators we had in those days with the fridge back. Because we had to wash the uniforms and stick them by the back of the fridge. The issue was, my aunt told me I was never going to go to KNOX one day looking like the worst. There were many days I came to KNOX and had no lunch money, and my teachers didn't know that. I went on prefect duties when I felt embarrassed, and many days after we left school, I went home still hungry, waiting for my aunt to come home from KFC to bring some chicken. Now, when we thought that that could not have gotten worse, I was in either 8th grade or 9th grade, I was telling you earlier, the hot girl era. And my mother told me I would have to start going with her to Santa Cruz with my own basket to sell my own things and use that for lunch money if I didn't want to go back to school without lunch money. And I told her that I was not going. And she asked why. And I told her I don't want my friends to see me. And she looked me up and down, and she took a couple steps back, and she told me two things that I've never forgotten. She said, one, as long as I am earning an honest bread to help to give you a better experience than I had, you have no right to be embarrassed. The second thing she told me that I have never forgotten, and I can tell the graduating class this. She told me that all the hot girls and hot boys of her time, she don't know of one that left high school and was successful. She also told me that I better determine today if she, who would have to be a part of my journey until she dies, rest her peace, may her soul rest in peace. She passed away 3 years ago. She told me that some of those same students at KNOX that you want to impress so much, when you leave from KNOX, you will never see some of them another day again in your life. So do not allow people who will not continuously be a part of your journey to dictate where you go next. The fourth important lesson that you must learn and adopt, and I learned this after I had finished KNOX. I had gone on to Shortwood Teachers College. I had completed Shortwood Teachers College, graduated valedictorian, president of the student body, the Language Art Department's awards, you can name it. Lots of success stories. But when I left KNOX, I went to visit some family members who were living in Dutch St. Martin. Some of them were already teachers. I went only with the intention to spend the summer. Well, when I got there, I was perhaps just turning 20 or 19, I don't quite remember, but I know I was not yet 25 because the labor laws in that country dictates that you are to be 25 to be working. Anyway, to speed up the story and to cut a long story short, they couldn't employ me at a high school there because the students in the high schools were 20 and 21, and they were older than I would be. So they asked me to teach English in 2 of their top Dutch schools. And what I mean by Dutch schools is that the language of instructions is Dutch. Everything is taught in Dutch. But the children, they do know English, so you can teach as a translation. Now, to cut a long story short, one day when I was at Sister Borkia School, that's one of the Dutch schools, I was sitting in the staff room. The teachers in St. Martin, in the Catholic schools, at that time we had to wear uniform. My uniform was blue and blue. I guess blue and blue is following me everywhere. I was blue and blue at Villa Road, blue and blue at KNOX, and blue as a teacher. I was in the staff room sitting down, and in St. Martin, you are not called Miss Crawford and Mr. Bourne and Mrs. Platt. You're called by your first name with teacher on the front. So it's Teacher Rhoda, Teacher Moya, Teacher Maxine, Teacher Alex. I was sitting in the staff room, and Teacher Jackie, the principal, walked in with a lady who I'd never met before. Her name, Bishop Gonzalez or Gonzalez. She was the principal of the Macadamy School of Science and Technology in New York. Barack Obama had just become president, or not too far in his presidency. Bishop Gonzalez, I later learned, was looking for a school in St. Martin to partner with to do a week and a half of student exchange. And so she was moving about the schools to identify one. When she was introduced to me, we started to talk, and she picked up on the Jamaican accent. And she asked, "Are you a Jamaican?" And I said, "Yes, miss, I'm a Jamaican." She turned to the principal and she said, "I am looking no further. I am a Jamaican by birth. I lived in Jamaica long enough, or a good while before I migrated. So long story short, I'm going to choose this school." Now the principal was so happy because we would have taken about 10 to 15 students and about 6 teachers. A part of the exchange meant we were going to go to the White House to meet President Obama. We were going to go to Congress and some other critical activities. And the principal said, she wants me as a non-Jamaican to lead the delegation into the United States. I was honored, I was excited, but then it quickly turned to sadness because I didn't have a US visa. The persons who live in St. Martin, they're either French or Dutch. So they have Dutch passports or French passports. So they don't need visa to go to the US. So I told her I didn't have the visa, so I couldn't lead the delegation. She told me, "Don't worry about it. I'm going to give you a letter. The school board will give you a letter. The Macadamy School of Science and Technology will give you a letter. We're going to send you to the U.S. Embassy in Barbados because we had a very, very short window. Now I want the graduating class to listen to the next bit of the story. This is the part that is most important. What I told you first was to give you context so you would understand. And remember that the lesson you are learning at this point is to respect the dignity of every person. What this means is that the same respect you would give to the Prime Minister, the principal, your member of parliament, is the same respect you give to the persons cleaning the bathrooms, the persons picking up the garbage. Anyone who you fancy is lesser than you are. Not because it's the right thing to do, but you never know where life will take you. You can be here today, you can be there tomorrow. And sometimes you may find yourself in a position where it is the person at the bottom or who you saw at the bottom yesterday is now in a position to help you. And you better listen this good. When I was to go to Barbados, I was to take a small aircraft. I won't say the name of the aircraft. I know that there are a lot of cameras on me, but it's a small aircraft. I was to take it from St. Martin to Antigua, Antigua to Barbados. And we would get in to Barbados the night. Now, I don't know what the operators of the aircraft did or did not do. All I know, we had to do an emergency or a crash landing in Dominica. Now, I don't know if anything has changed, but the airport at the time was in the country area. Dominica has a lot of mountains. If it got too late, the aircraft would not have been able to leave. The attendants told us that we have to prepare to either overnight or they're going to try to get an aircraft to get us into another country. Now, I started to hiss my teeth. I started to get very miserable because as a Jamaican, you understand the seriousness of an appointment at the U.S. Embassy. You miss the appointment, you might not get another one. Anyhow, there was a white man sitting in front of me in the aircraft. When I was there hissing my teeth and carrying on, you know the style. He turned around and he asked, "Miss, what's wrong?" Now I took the man to look up and down, up and down. Graduating class, you would have said, him look like him no beard. The man here looked like it hadn't been combed in days. When you look at the white shirt, or the shirt that was to be white, dirty, dirty, dirty. When you look at the cargo pants that was supposed to be cream, dirty, dirty, dirty. When I peeped down on the sneakers that was supposed to be white, dirty, dirty, dirty. I started to say to myself, he's telling me not to worry about it when he has so many things to worry about. But anyway, I decided to relax myself and have some respect. I told him I was worried because I have an appointment tomorrow morning. He responded, don't worry about it, man. Now, this time I'm getting upset. I want to tell him what the appointment is. But as Jamaicans, them say we don't have to tell nobody when we are going to embassy. Not true. So I don't want to tell this man where I'm going. But he's insisting that don't worry about it. So I said, sir, I don't think you understand. I have an appointment bright and early, 10 a.m. at the U.S. Embassy in Barbados. I have to get into Barbados tonight. The man said, don't worry about it, man. I was done with him. Anyway, long story short, they got a plane. It took us to Guadeloupe. So we got into Antigua. No, so we didn't have to go to Antigua. We left from Guadeloupe to Barbados. Well, graduating class, hear me and hear me well. When I got to the U.S. Embassy the next morning, who you think over the counter, well bathed, well suit out, here welcome. Now I start wave down the embassy now because I was hoping that he would remember me. Well, he was behind the counter and he's trying his best to tell me, don't do that, don't do that, don't do that. But I kept waving down because I want to go to him. Long story short, I moved up in the line. I got to him. He asked for the documents. He said, what did I tell you, man? Don't worry about it. Bam, 10 years. Now, graduating class. What if I had chosen to treat this man based on how he looked? He didn't tell me who he was. He didn't say a word to me. And here he was the next morning, fully transformed, holding the keys for me to get into the United States for this very important trip. So graduating class, never forget when you leave here today, respect the dignity of every single person that you meet. The fifth and final lesson is this. And I have learned this lesson from very, very young. But it became more pronounced when I went back to St. Martin the second time. From our time here at KNOX with Reverend Cowans, and of course KNOX is a church school, and growing up I told you we had to go to church, so I knew the importance of God and know how important it is. When we came to KNOX, we learned that importance. My religious education teacher, Miss Joseph, she exhausted lessons teaching us about God, God the provider, God the comforter, and she tell you which scriptures in the Bible to read and to back up the lesson. So nobody need to tell me about God. I know about God. But ladies and gentlemen, when this lesson became so real, I had come back from St. Martin, went to UWI, did my first degree, went to Excelsior, taught for some years, and I was written back and asked to come back to St. Martin for at least 2 years, this time to teach at 2 of their top high schools. I was much older now, and to help to coach their national debating team. When we were at KNOX, Miss Rotham and Mr. Bourne, we had the inter-debating competition, and I soon, if I have time, give you a little story on that too. But anyway, when I went back to St. Martin the second time, I had started my master's degree in educational administration, and it was a program offered both face-to-face and online. To cut a long story short, I had completed 1 year already face-to-face. Before I accepted the contract in St. Martin, I wrote to UWI to find out from them if I would be allowed to complete the next year online. Long story short, they tell me yes. I went back to St. Martin. Now, a part of the master's program, we had some exams to do. I had one last exam to do, and the exam has to be done the same day and the same time, whether you're in Jamaica, Trinidad, Cave Hill, Antigua, and wherever there's a UWI open campus or a UWI. If the exam is happening today, we all have to do the exam the same day for obvious reasons to mitigate against cheating. Well, cut a long story short. The night I was studying, I took a little break from studying, and I went to Facebook to scroll. That time, Facebook was popular than the TikTok and the Instagram and all of that. When I was on Facebook scrolling, I saw a lady sharing a story about how poor she was, and she had a sick child who had cancer, and one of the best doctors in that area was coming into the country, and she never even had the first dollar for a consultation, much less a treatment. So she said she was praying, the child was getting worse. To cut a long story short, she said she found a way to meet up with the man. And she was testifying of God's goodness. And yes, I know of God's goodness. I have many testimonies. Miss Rotham, who is here, who has taken on the role of such a serious mother figure, she is one of my prayer warriors who I can call upon, so I know about God. But something about this story, I said to myself, looking for likes and looking for clickbaits and all of that. So I put on the phone, I went to study. Long story short, the next morning, I was going to go by a ferry. I have a $50 ferry that carry you to Anguilla and carry you back. You go via the seaport. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, you better listen this one good. When I went on the ferry, I saw a lady, she had bald head, she was a little stout, and she had 2 little girls sitting next to her. This lady was looking me up, she was looking me down. I'm wondering, Lord, is what this lady looking at me for? But of course, remember the experience on the plane? Remember now I on best behavior because I don't able. Anyway, she kept looking me up, looking me down. Anyway, I sat beside her. She asked me, where are you going? Graduates or graduates, if you sit down in that ferry, is one place alone you could be going, and it's Anguilla. So I said, why is she asking me that? And it's one place I could go. But you remember the visa story? I smiled with the broadest smile and I said, ma'am, I'm heading to Anguilla. She said, all right. Then she come again. Is what you're going to Anguilla to do? No, I saying to myself, what a little woman fast. So anyway, I don't want to tell her what I'm going to do. Because apart from the U.S. Embassy, you know, as Jamaicans, we believe enough to tell nobody when you're going to do exam neither. All right. Anyway, I decided to tell her I was going to do an exam. She not stopping, you know. Where are you going? I say, UE. To cut a long story short, I asked her, when we get to Anguilla, do they still have the cars on the airport that you can rent for the day to just move around and bring the car back? She said yes. But interestingly, she said to me, you don't need to worry about a car when you get to Anguilla, because when you get there, I am going to give you a ride to the exam center. I don't say to myself, this woman look like she licked for her head, because I'm not going anywhere with any stranger to miss my exam. So now when we reach to Anguilla, we get into the seaport. You have to give them your passport. They stamp it out. I taking my little time to sneak out of there now, because I don't want her to see me. So I felt a hand patting me on the shoulders. It was the lady. She said, where are you going? I'm going to take you. Sorry, anyway, she had 2 little girls. She said, I'm to stand up, let the little girl stand up beside me. She soon come. Now I stand up outside now fretting, because I say, but what if this woman will run off with her, lift me with her 2 pitney them in a foreign country? Anyway, she must have been reading my mind. She turned around and she said, and by the way, miss, I'm not running away leave my children. I'm going to the car park for my car and come back for the 3 of you. Long story short, we go in the car, we reach to UE. When we got to UE, the place lock up, no one is there, lock, can't lock anymore. Now what this would have meant is that if I missed that exam, I would have to go register for a whole other year, pay my registration fees, and I would not have been able to graduate in November. So I was in real big trouble and hot water. The lady said to me, I am going to take you to my house to sit down a little, and the island is small, I'm going to make some phone calls. Long story short, this time I was very happy to go with her, because I don't know nobody, and I want to do my exams. When we got to the house, she started to make some calls. I called my classmates back home who was studying. Now I had on a long jeans, long sleeve, a nice little jacket and a bootie, so I was very hot. Not hot girl, no, hot, burning up hot. So she looked at me and she said, I have a bigger daughter that look the same like you, She's not here now, but I can take out one of her little shorts and blouse and I can give to you. Now, hear me in my patois now, because I know she can't understand nothing. I say, if you think me going to put on nobody clothes in here so today, you make a sad mistake. She said, what did you say? I said, ma'am, please go and get your child's clothes. I'm going to put them on and study. Anyway, I put them on, I study my book. She make her phone calls. She got in touch with someone. It was a public holiday. Somewhere along the line, the communication was lost. She took me back to the exam venue, and she said she was going to wait a little while. And she was there waiting on me. The camera is rolling, so I won't share that part of the story. But long story short again, she waited and she had to come to my aid one more time before I could have done the exams. She said she was going to go home and she was going to come back for me and she would take me back to the seaport. And I said, miss, you have already done so much. I can take it from here. She says, no, I'm coming back for you. When she came back and we got to the seaport, she had to give me some money and I was going into the purse to give it back to her. And she said, no, I don't want it. And she said, you may have been wondering why I was looking at you the way I was when you came on that ferry. She said she was to go to Anguilla the night before, but she was doing her prayer meeting, and it came in her spirit strong, 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 that there would be a young lady who would be depending on her for help, and she needed to travel the next morning. And she said she was looking me up and down to see if I fit the description of the image that came into her spirit. And I did. If I had not met that lady, I would not have been able to do the exams. And she never told me that she was a very prominent lady in that country, to the point that it's a public holiday, and she could have called you to say, open the campus, I have a student. She told me she don't want the money back. She told me anywhere you go to speak and you want to speak about God and his goodness and you want to give a testimony, all she's asking me to do is to share that story. And that is why I have chosen that story, because I have so many other stories. But graduating class, hear me and hear me well as I prepare to take my seat. Don't bother feel like say, because you're leaving from the big, big school and you're graduating with your honors, and how much fancy something down there so for you to get in a short while from now. Don't bother feel that you won't need God. I can tell you that the more successful you become, the higher you climb, is the more God you're going to need in your skin. Because when life challenges get to you and those in the human flesh cannot help you, even when your prayer warriors are there to guide you through, when your soul is in turmoil, if you don't know God and can call out to him and beg him for strength and for wisdom, you are not going to be successful, no matter how brilliant you are, no matter how rich you are. So hear me and hear me well as you continue on your journey. I am so very proud of you. I want the best for you. I know that you will do well. Many are those who have left these walls and have become very, very successful. But as you go on the journey, I beg you, know who you are. Develop a spirit of excellence. Be willing to make sacrifices. Respect the dignity of everyone. And most importantly, honor God in all that you do. Now, I have two very important announcements to make. And the first one, I spoke to my senior minister, Senator Dr. the Honorable Dana Morris Dixon, last night. She's on her way back to Jamaica. You know, I was representing her for the week. And I told her I had KNOX's graduation tomorrow. It's my past school. What do you have for KNOX College so that I can make my announcement today? Well, I am happy to report that the Ministry of Education, Skills, Youth and Information, my ministry, our ministry, the People's Ministry, has allocated $319,957,400. No, let me run that again. I'm too excited. Let me slow down and run that again. KNOX College has been awarded $319 million. No, $319,957,457. Let me run the numbers again and tell you what the funds are for. I know JIS and media houses are capturing. I don't want nobody to say she can't read figures. So let me read it again. So, the Ministry of Education, Skills, Youth and Information has awarded $319,957,457. $957,457 to see to the repairs of classroom blocks. You have to wait to listen the rest of it before you clap. So the classroom blocks, the hostels for the boarders, and to improve the electrical system works. So now you can clap. And I'm not done yet. So I told you some of my story already. I told you when I was I don't know if I told you when I was graduating from KNOX like yourselves. Of course, I graduated with honors, but my mother wasn't in the audience. My mother wasn't able to attend my primary school graduation or KNOX College graduation. My grandma came and one of my cousins. My mother didn't have the money to buy any dress or to buy any shoes, so she couldn't come. I told you also that there were many days I came here with no lunch money. I started many of the classes with no textbooks. Thank God for KNOX rental scheme program. We got textbooks through the rental scheme. And the literature books, when my teachers realized I didn't have literature books, they would lend me a book to read. When I was leaving KNOX, I was sitting down worried, wondering where would I go next or how would I get there. And I had applied to enter only one Dege college because I made up my mind that when I left KNOX, I want to go to one place, Shortwood Teachers College. And that's the only place I applied, and my mother never had the first dollar to send me up to Shortwood. And even as time drew nearer for me to start Shortwood, she still did not have the money. And she said, well, you are always going to church. You know, so if you have faith, well, I learned in my RE class, Miss Joseph taught me, faith without works is dead. And Moya Rotam taught me you can't just pray, you have to get up and get going. So she said, all right, she's going to travel to Kingston to Chris and Charles to see if she could get a loan. Long story short, she got a little, it wasn't enough. Years after I had left Shortwood Teachers College and was working in St. Martin, I sent the money back to finish my fees. Uncles and so helped me along the way, but I had a very difficult journey. And so, graduating from primary school, high school, Teachers College, UWI, I am so accustomed of getting gifts. I have been to so many graduations. I am so accustomed of the top boy, the top girl getting gift, head boy, head girl, student council president, and the list goes on. I want to be absolutely clear. You must work hard and you must aspire for greatness. I told you that already. So I don't want to be misrepresented. But because those who do well are always celebrated, and they are the ones who always get good gifts. I called Mr. Bourne last night and I said, Mr. Bourne, I want the names of 2 students who are not graduating with honors today. I want the names of 2 students who has had to struggle and work very hard to make the graduation criteria to be able to be here today to celebrate. Those 2 students, I want to give $50,000 each, my own resources, to say to you, I believe in you. You may not be graduating top of the class today. You may not be head boy. You may not be head girl. You may not be student council president. But your journey does not end here today. And I want you to use these gifts as a motivation that when you leave KNOX, wherever you go next, you're going to work even harder so you can achieve greater. At this time, may I invite Mr. Shaquan Mattis to join me on stage. May I also... May I also invite to join me Miss Ashley Grant. So both students have indicated that the young man has said he's coming back to sixth form at KNOX, so he has the first $50,000 towards his tuition. And the young lady is going to undertake a particular course at heart. She has the first $50,000 towards her tuition. Ladies and gentlemen, it has been my pleasure to be back here with you at KNOX College. Thank you so much for having me, and I wish you all continued success, every blessing, and big up to the big, big school.
All protocols observed. Good afternoon, everyone. I am your head boy, Sanjay Small, and I am here to give the vote of thanks to our Honorable Minister Rhoda Crawford. Please welcome her with a thunderous applause on stage. Miss Rhoda Crawford, on behalf of the graduating class, staff, and parents of KNOX College, we thank you for coming here today, taking time out of your busy schedule to present to us on the 5 guidelines to success. We should always be willing to sacrifice. We should always have a spirit of excellence. We should always honor God in everything that we do, and we should always know ourselves. Long story short, you have... Long story short, you have presented a speech that I am sure that every graduate will remember for the rest of our lives. Thank you.
everyone. Greetings, everyone. What an awesome afternoon it has been. All protocols observed. I now invite our chairman, Mrs. Edwards, and our principal, Dr. Bourne, to the presentation area. It is with a true sense of pride and privilege that I stand here to announce the names of these sixth form students who have fought, persevered, and remained rooted in excellence. Madam Chairman, Principal, the following 14 students have completed their prescribed course of study and by virtue of their performance have achieved the standard required to be granted the KNOX College Sixth Form Diploma. We ask that they be accepted by you. Alj Coley, Damoy Cox, Brene Dunkley, Kenique Gordon, Haley Johnson, Kimani Lindo, Tajiv Mendez, Dekyle Mitchell, Leon Mitchell, Atika Powell, Tajeri Sinclair, Regine Thompson, Kahim Warren, and Neosha Warsop. Madam Chairman, Principal, the following 64 students have completed their prescribed course of study and by virtue of their performance have achieved the standard required to be granted the KNOX College Diploma with honors. We ask that they be accepted by you. Darnell Allen, Joshua Allen, and Joshua is also a recipient of a Model Student Award. Model Student Award recipient Summer Anderson. Model Student Award recipient Anika Black. Kashima Braham. Model Student Award recipient Rihanna Burrell. Caliandra Campbell. Shade Clark. Model Student Award recipient Rihanna Coley. Chesan Crossman. Model Student Award recipient Tyra Diedrich. Rashida Dixon. Ajimar Dorsinville. Model Student Award recipient Shade Dunkley. Kiana Dyke. L.U. Ellis. Sixth Form Association President and Model Student Award recipient J.D. Ferron. Debian Francis. Model Student Award recipient Eugenice Francis. Model Student Award recipient Stivell Fullerton. Model Student Award recipient Aliyah Fife. Kendra Gilzine. Gregoriana Goldburn. She is also a Model Student Award recipient. Male Student Council President Steve Goldberg. Jordan Graham And Jordan is also a recipient of the Model Student Award. Model Student Award recipient Adriana Gray. Model Student Award recipient Jardisha Griffiths. Jabari Harris. Model Student Award recipient Brianna Henry. Gloria Ayudike. Shante Jenkins. Model Student Award recipient Akila Johnson. Selena Johnson. Model Student Award recipient and Deputy Head Boy Matthew Lambert. Jamario Lawrence. Brenton Lewis. Model Student Award recipient Jovian Mahabi. Gabriela McConnell. Adeja Mackenzie. Model Student Award recipient Lotania McLeod. Model Student Award recipient Deshawn Morgan. Malik Morgan. Nikana Morrison. Model Student Award recipient Tiandra Mushet. Model Student Award recipient Oniki Myri. Model Student Award recipient Kimon Pidlin. Ariana Pinnock, who is also a Model Student Award recipient. Model Student Award recipient Kiyomi Reynolds. Model Student Award recipient Shanika Roberts. Deputy Head Girl and Model Student Award recipient Janae Scott. Head Boy and Model Student Award recipient Sanjay Small. Model Student Award recipient Cyprian Smichael. Model Student Award recipient Sharian Smith. Ashiana Stewart. Model Student Award recipient and Deputy Head Boy Kurian Taylor. Model Student Award recipient and Deputy Head Girl Trevian Taylor. Akila Thomas. Head Girl and Model Student Award recipient Kaylee Tracy. Nevon Tolo. Kiana Walters. Kimani Watkin. Female Student Council President and Model Student Award recipient Lamoy Watson. Model Student Award recipient Devonay Williams. And Model Student Award recipient Kavisha Wilson. I thank you.
Mic check.
Students, time is forever scarce.
My sons and daughters,
This blue and blue that we wear,
my, we the class of 2026.
Okay, we'll start again. Students, time is forever scarce.
My sons and daughters,
This blue and blue that we wear,
my, we the class of 2026 had a time. Madam Chair, Mrs. Marcia Edwards, or guest speaker, the Honorable Rhoda Moy Crawford, State Minister in the Ministry of Education, Skills, Youth and Information, and Member of Parliament for Manchester Central, but most importantly, a blue-blooded KNOXite.
and our principal, Dr. Alexander Bourne, vice principals, Mrs. Maxine Joseph Spratt and Omar Smith, members of the Board of Governors, distinguished guests, members of staff, proud parents and guardians, friends, well-wishers, and most importantly, my fellow graduates of the Knox College class of 2026. A pleasant afternoon to you all.
As valedictorians, we are expected to reflect on our academic journey, and we will. But we think it would be dishonest to pretend that everything we learned came neatly from a syllabus. Some important experiences came from our individual subjects, of course, but many of our major lessons came to us from what we'd like to call the unofficial curriculum.
Over the years, students were faced with many intense and unorthodox circumstances. There was COVID-19, the rising global uncertainties, our own personal circumstances, and many unnatural phenomena. Beryl, Melissa, a notorious cold front, many intermittent storms, rainy days, disruptions, and disruptions. Still, we were expected to study intensely, to sacrifice our personal time, invest in our skills, build our relationships, and succeed regardless. The theme for this graduating year is rooted in excellence and rising in purpose. But in reviewing our experiences, we think we could better relate it to our circumstances as the graduating year. So throughout this reflection, keep in mind, rooted in excellence,
rising through adversity. Let's first begin with the humanities students. Essays upon essays drove us crazy. Students, please write a 5,000-worded essay. Students, analyze the thematic concerns. Students, elucidate this social issue using the Marxist theory. Students, the pressure was getting worse. Time could only be allocated to the most important activities: studying, writing notes, and of course, our competitive UNO matches, which lifted our moods. It was here that many friendships were solidified and some tables were tossed. And of course, we can't forget those Carib classes, a space for heated arguments, comical debates, and for Oniki and Korean to dissect the anatomy of the society. We had fun.
Now, the brilliant scientists of this year, however, they had it rough.
You think it's like boy for the labs and not lose your mind?
Well, our science students did what seemed impossible. So imagine 16 labs, extracurricular activities galore, and several all-nighters just to understand the concepts of Wheatstone Bridge. It was intense, but through these assignments, they were curated into the critical thinkers and analytically minded students of tomorrow. But more than that, the pressure drew them together. Relying on each other was imperative, but they were also able to rely on their teachers. There was Miss Vicente, Miss Ham, Miss Williamson, Mr. Pitter, and Mr. Sinclair, who would routinely propel them forward. Yes, the pressure was mounting, but they were taught to apply Le Chatelier's principle, so a new equilibrium was established.
Knox College was also home to business students who learned to think quickly, manage pressure, and balance academics with ambition. They were triumphant, yes, but there were challenges like math and accounting, which personified the slang. A big man ball game, me tell billiard, but billiard never listen. This did not stop them. They made schedules to study while leaving time to foster sanity. Most of all, the discussions will be missed. This was a space to hear from experts like Sharian, Trevian, and Matthew. And last but certainly not least, the knowledgeable Miss Thomas. She left an indelible mark on each student and ensured that all passed their exams. Business class became a family of excellence.
And now to our engineers, because they showcase true intelligence and great perseverance to supersede all expectations. This was not easy. Drawing each line and each angle took great precision and strong minds. Do it over, fix this. Does that sound familiar? Well, this was a typical day in the life of a BMed student. It was extremely difficult, especially if you managed to lose your IA not once, not twice, but 3 times.
Right, Jardine?
But with the drive and time management skills they developed, they made it seem easy. They overcame and rose through all adversities, maintaining a high standard of excellence. And when the trials and tribulations period settled, they buckled down immediately. And with the help of Mr. Grosset, Mr. Reed, Mr. Antoine, and Miss Webb, they all passed. But this isn't nearly sufficient enough of a summary of our tenure now, is it?
Not at all.
Because as a year group, we've invested ruthlessly into our formal education, yes, but we still found the time to build valuable skills, relationships, and talents to propel us even further. High performers like Tiandra Mouchette, J.D. Ferron, Lamoy Watson, surely there's too many to name. They invested into advocacy. They created a valuable long-term asset for the school in the form of the Student Betterment Society. This newly established body would have organized a number of workshops for the betterment of the junior students.
In another show of initiative or prefix, Students' Council and the Sixth Form Association operated together to raise funds to give subsidies to students to aid in their education, as well as packages to help students who suffered negatively from Hurricane Melissa. Evidently, we've consistently advocated for our disadvantaged peers, cooperated with each other, and strived for excellence within and outside of our academics. But we're not done yet. Additionally, our male sixth form leaders also found great purpose in helping our students. Those innovative students created the problem-solving society. As the name implies, they aimed to solve the academic issues of KNOXites through an artificial intelligence called Gary, which, if I may add, they also made.
Oh, but we're not done yet, because students like Deshaun Morgan, Malik Morgan, and Al-J. Coley invested into their skills and developed profitable services like tech support and consulting JA. This initiative helps students and others to solve real technological issues. And by partnering with professionals in Jamaica's tech industry, they reminded us that purpose is not just about ambition, but also about utilizing your skills for the betterment of your peers.
And we would never neglect our robust assortment of on-campus entrepreneurs. At Careers Day, we had many sixth formers presenting their quality products to the students' body. This roster included Debbie and Francis, Rihanna Borrell, Sharian Smith, Brianna Henry, and Steve Goldburn. Students, raise your hand if you ever had a coconut water from Steve. Now raise your hand if you ever buy Sweetie from Shante or LU. The whole on the hand supposed to raise. Yes, this just shows the entrepreneurial excellence of this cohort.
Truly, we could be found across any and in many extracurricular bodies, in enviable positions of leadership, with a proven ability to be successful in any venture: volleyball, debate, football, key club, basketball, and others. Note well, students, our female volleyball team was led to their 4th championship victory by our very deputy head girl, Trevian Taylor. Now, with a team consisting of many high-achieving sixth formers, they routinely balance this high-pressure environment with their academic endeavors. Our debating society, additionally, also brought great pride to KNOX College. They were guided by our devoted teachers, Mrs. Dehaney, Mrs. Lambert. This team of powerful speakers earned 2nd and 3rd places in 2 separate competitions, with their captain being named the all-around best female debater on the island.
And why Key Club never gone a mass meeting yet? Students were asking this so consistently that our own sixth form representatives rallied together to advocate for a change. J.D. Ferron, Lamoy Watson, and other such exemplars sat in repeated boardroom discussions with staff. They did this with the sole purpose of getting Key Club members from campus to the bus, to the annual mass meeting, and back again. For the first time in nearly a decade. Evidently, advocacy, innovation, creativity, discipline, and consistency are the traits that have defined us as a graduating cohort. Regardless of the adversities and disruptions, we still achieved excellence. Notably, since forever, there has been the first class of graduates, with every student receiving a diploma. Clap yourselves.
Applaud ourselves as the class of 2026. As we leave KNOX, let us continue with these very values. Let us carry this discipline, courage, creativity, and faith that brought us to this moment. And when adversity meets us again, let us remember that we have already been tested, and we would have proven before that we can rise through adversity. To our teachers, parents, guardians, families, administrators, to our sixth form coordinator, Miss Plummer, homeroom teachers, Miss Robinson and Mr. Heyman, and every member of staff who supported us, we thank you, because your patience, sacrifice, guidance, and prayers helped to carry us here. But most importantly, we thank God, who kept us through the disruptions, strengthened us through pressure, and gave us grace to complete this journey together.
Class of 2026. We completed a disrupted and demanding year, but we completed a historic year nonetheless, and we completed it together. We leave KNOX rooted in excellence, rising through adversity and growing with purpose.
One college,
one college. We thank you.
there shall be showers of blessings, and I know I will have everyone's attention. It has been a wonderful week. It is the week where we pause to observe the activities which mark the graduating class for 2026. And it is also a week that we are all assured that Brazil is on track to win the World Cup. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon. It is now time to present the grade 11 graduating class. Principal, Chairman, might I invite you both to the presentation area. Thank you very much. And so it is, Madam Chair and Mr. Principal. The following 80 students have completed their prescribed course of study and by virtue of their performance have achieved the standard required to be granted the KNOX College Diploma. We ask that they all be accepted by you. Ajani Anderson. Lacey Ann Anderson. Akila Beckford. Tashelle Blair. Nicole Brooks. Malik Brown. Tafari Brown. Tayshawn Brown.
Lemari Burnett. Michaela Campbell. Tajay Campbell. Abigail Catnott. JDK Cardinal. Suwana Lee Collins. Jaden Cross. Kishana Cunningham.
Rajay Daly. Brianna Dennis. Rajay Dixon. Santur Douglas. Chelsea Dwyer. Fantasia Ferguson. Kirk Fisher. Shauna K. Fowler.
Gabriella Gordon.
Shaquana Hutchinson. Jadon James. Javane Johnson. Mela Johnson. Sashay Kerr. Shakila King. Corey Lee. Orden Logan.
Josiah Mallory. Ray John Martin. Trevane Martin. Shaquan Mattis. Richard May. Shanice McDonald. Joshua McKenzie. Najee McLean.
Amelia Merchant. Aiden Mills. Carol Mills. Deron Morgan. Yared Mullings. Jamali Mondo. Ayana Mushet. Zoe Node.
Ashika Palmer. Rihanna Peart. Kaden Plummer. Darwin Pottinger. Jaden Poison. Justin Reed. Carson Richards. Nathaniel Richardson.
Malik Joshua Salmon. Sarah K. Salmon. Tyquel Scarlett. Tamu Scott. Malia Senior. Kyle Anthony Slowly. Delique Michael. Shamoya Stevenson.
Trayshawn Thomas. Newtania Tracy. Najee Walcott. Michaela Walford. Rajiv Walters. Venice Williams. Stevenia Wright. Giovanni Young.
Madam Chairman, Principal, the following 31 students have completed their prescribed course of study and by virtue of their performance have achieved the required standard to be granted the KNOX College Diploma with lower second class honors. We ask that they be accepted by you. Joel Benjamin. Andrew Brown. Christenia Brown. Model Student Awardee Shakari Brown. Model Student Awardee Tiana Brown.
Jamoy Bryan. Andrew Chang. Michaela Edwards. Tiamar Facey. Damar Gale. Michael Gordon. Javon Graham.
Maurice Grant. Rashe Grant. Shemar Harriot. Brianna Johnson.
Gabriel Johnson. Jadon Lawrence. Tyrese Maxwell. Whitney McClary. Model Student Awardee Aaliyah MacLeod. Lelani Ocasio.
Shakira Palmer, Ravinho Smith, Javier Stevenson, Kedesia Swaby, Model Student Awardee Danielle Taylor,
Rashad Utah, Johnny Wallace, Daniel Watson, Britannia White,
Madam Chairman, Principal, the following 48 students have completed their prescribed course of study and by virtue of their performance have achieved the standard required to be granted the KNOX College Diploma with upper second class honors. We ask that they be accepted by you. Savitoria Adams, model student Jaden Bailey, Jordania Bartley, Mark Anthony Bennett, Michaela Bennett, Shania Bennett, Shemar Bogle, Katerina Brown,
Orion Brown, Dante Butler, Avonika Campbell, Romando Campbell, Chardonnay Caruthas, Donovan Clark, Gabrielle Cole, Jamar Cohen,
Matthew Dunkley, Onelia Donwell, Janae Edwards, Dahelia Facey, Sharissa Fagan, Julissa Gordon, McCain Gordon, Model Student Awardee Ashari Grant,
Justin Green, Shai Henderson. Onelia Henry. Keandra Johnson. Model Student Awardee, Renika Johnson. Tynan Lee. Camille Lewis. Aliana Mendez.
Model Student Awardee Marcel Merchant. Model Student Awardee Jayla Mundle. Sanique Murray. Kiana Newman. Model Student Awardee Antonio Rattray. Model Student Awardee Lemaro Rowe. Zorian Russell. Venicia Smith.
Model Student Awardee Jaden Stevenson. Sasha Gay Stewart. Shamar Telfer. Rashina Vaughns. Model Student Awardee Kenil Walker. Legion Williams. Shauna K. Williams. Shauna K. Williams. Followed by Shaniel Wilson.
And now, Madam Chairman, Principal, the following 55 students. 55. The following 55 students have completed their course of study and by virtue of their performance have achieved the standard required to be granted the KNOX College Diploma with first class honors. We ask that they be accepted by you. Model Student Awardee Samara Allen. Model Student Awardee Cordelia Bennett. Lerone Bernard, Dejanay Brown, Talicia Campbell, Joshua Carter,
Alain Cook, Dominic Cross, Megan Cross, a model student awardee Dejanay Delavante, model student awardee Romani Douglas, Aria Ellis, Bejon Evans,
Donia Marcella Allen, Kejon Fagan, Anastasia Francis, Tiana Frey, Kyla Gordon, Shamoya Gordon, Shamari Grant, Andrika Hewitt,
Anthonysia Hewitt, Javasho Johnson, Isana Laws Model Student Award, Model Student Award Lorenzo Awardee Lorenzo Laws, Shadicia Lindsay, Wade Lindsay, Model Student Awardee Lorian Loveless,
Model Student Awardee Anastasia Montague, Ayana Matthews, Kiana McIntosh, Trenice Mead, Model Student Awardee Brishana Morris, Zawadi Mundal, Tashika Nelson,
Orlando Pinnock, Model Student Awardee, Paris Porto. Model Student Awardee, Dejanay Price. Model Student Awardee, Treshawn Reed. Gary Scott. Model Student Awardee, Aljanae Shields. Model Student Awardee, Malik Simpson.
Model Student Awardee, Jazara Smith. Melanie Stevens. Kaden Stewart. Michaela Time. Jessica Walters. Ariana White. Model Student Awardee, Khadidria White.
Lashelle White, Model Student Awardee. Model Student Awardee, Serena Williams. Carlos Williamson. Model Student Awardee, Siobhan Willis. Model Student Awardee, Mona Lisa Wright. Sarah Lee Young. Shade Young.
Let me invite all the students of the grade 11 graduating class to stand. Ladies and gentlemen, please give another rousing round of applause to the grade 11 graduating class of 2026. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Principal.
Good afternoon, our dignitaries and distinguished guests, members of staff, parents, graduates, and well-wishers. It is now my pleasure to recognize and celebrate the students who have earned scholarships and awards through their walk in excellence, their hard work, dedication, and outstanding achievement. As I announce each scholarship, I will first invite the designated presenter to come forward, followed by the recipient to receive the award. And let me just personally say congratulations to all our scholarship awardees. So first we have the fifth form scholarships. Firstly is the John Jones Sports Award. I call upon Miss Shanette Clark, head of the Physical Education and Sports Department at KNOX College, to give this award. So the John Jones Sports Award is awarded to a fifth form student for outstanding performance in athletics and other sporting activities, sportsmanship, and academic achievement. This award, the John Jones Sports Award, goes to Alia MacLeod. Thank you very much, Ms. Clark. Congratulations, Alia. Secondly, we have the Chairman's Scholarship for the Arts. I call upon our Chairman of the Board of Management, Mrs. Marcia Edwards, once again, to give this scholarship. The Chairman's Scholarship for the Arts is awarded to a fifth form student for top performance in languages and or humanities to facilitate pursuance of further studies. And the award goes to, drum roll please. The award goes to Anastasia Montague. Give her a round of applause. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Anastasia. The third scholarship is the Tamoy Scarlett Scholarship. I call upon Mr. Michael Powell, President of the KNOX Students Association Jamaica Chapter, to give this scholarship. The Tamoy Scarlett Scholarship is awarded to a fifth form students for top performance in business to facilitate pursuance of further studies. And the award goes to Siobhan Willis. Round of applause. Congratulations. Keep the applause going, man. Keep it going. Thank you, Mr. Powell. Congrats, Mr. Willis. Fourthly is the George Kirby Science Scholarship. I call upon Mrs. Trudy Ann Green, head of the business department at KNOX College, to give this award. The George Kirby Science Scholarship is awarded to a fifth form student who is the top performer in science to facilitate pursuance of further studies. And the award goes to none other than Orlando Pinnock. Where's Orlando? Keep the applause going. Yes, man, cheer him up. Congratulations. Thank you, Mrs. Green. Thank you, Orlando. The fifth scholarship is the Kirby Scholarship for Spiritual Life. Who to say? All right, I call upon Reverend Gary Harriet, minister of the Bryce and Mount Olivet Charges of the United Church in Jamaica and the Cayman Islands, as well as our vice chairman of the school board. This scholarship is awarded to a fifth form student who have been involved in the spiritual life of the school and has demonstrated sound Christian principles in his or her daily activities. The award goes to Jaden Stevenson. Step forward, Jaden. Congratulations. Yes, man. Congratulations. Thank you, Reverend Harriet. Congrats, Jaden. All right. All right, this is great. The sixth scholarship is the Glenn and Dorothy Miller Scholarship. I call upon our state minister in the MOE SYI, our Honorable Rhoda Moy Crawford, to give this scholarship. As she makes her way here, this scholarship is awarded to a fifth form student for excellence in sporting endeavors, academic pursuits, and admirable character traits. And our award goes to Lemaro Rowe. Yes, man. Cheer him up. Cheer him up. Yes, Lemaro. Excellent job. Thank you, Honorable Crawford. The seventh scholarship is David and Thelma Bent Scholarship. I call up on Mrs. Paulette Stevenson Taylor, a member of the KNOX College Board of Management, to give this scholarship. This scholarship is awarded to a fifth form student who is most persistent, resilient, and innovative, who in the face of challenges maintains discipline and consistent academic excellence. Let me tell you that this scholarship comes with a boarded grant of $100,000 at the KNOX College Boarding School. And the award goes to, give me a drum roll, man. The award goes to Andrika Hewitt. Andrika Hewitt. Cheer her up, man, as she goes to collect her award. Thank you, Mrs. Taylor. Congratulations, Andrika. The eighth scholarship is the John Davidson Scholarship. I call upon Mrs. Stacyan Lambert, a senior teacher here at KNOX College, to give this scholarship. So the John Davidson Scholarship is awarded to a fifth form student who is top performer in the technical, vocational area to facilitate pursuance of further studies. And let me also say that this scholarship comes with the same boarding grant of $100,000 at the KNOX College Boarding School. The award goes to Samara Allen. Congratulations, Samara. Thank you, Mrs. Lambert. Congrats, Samara. The ninth award is the one that we call our highest award. This award is the John Beatty Award. I am going to call upon
Mrs. Patrona Allen, member of our KNOX College Board of Management, to present this award. As she makes her way here, let me tell you that the John Beatty Award is awarded to a fifth form student who has achieved all-round excellence in service to community, leadership, reliability, character, sports, and academics. So you see, this is an all-round scholarship. I need a tremendous drum roll for this one. The award goes to none other than Malik Simpson. Thank you, Mrs. Allen, and congratulations, Malik. You deserve it. Now, the 10th award. We saved this one because this one goes to the most outstanding academic achiever. And if it's called Principal Award, I invite our principal, Dr. Alexander Bourne, to present this award. It is awarded to a fifth form student who is graduated with the highest average from this graduating class of 2026. And let me tell you, he has a tremendous average of 92.5%. Round of applause before we even know who it is. This award goes to none other than Malik Simpson. Thank you, Dr. Bourne. Congratulations, Malik. Hey, I almost thought he was going to collect the whole table. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let me move to another chapter now. To a first. This is a first. The Legacy of Excellence Grant, that's the name of it, the Legacy of Excellence Grant, is an initiative of the 2025-2026 prefect body, created to recognize and celebrate exceptional academic achievement among the graduating class. Working alongside student advisor and head of the science department, Mrs. Charlene Scott, and head girl Kaylee Tracy, the prefect body developed a transparent point system based on each student's best 4 CAPE subjects. Today's recipients earned outstanding scores, placing them among the highest academic achievers in this class of 2026. As each name is called, recipients are asked to come forward to receive their grant token. And as is only fitting, I now call upon the head of the science department and staff advisor of the prefect body, Mrs. Charlene Scott, to come forward and present these awards. So as I call the names, please come forward. Firstly, Summer Anderson. Aliyah Fife. Gloria Iwuduke. Matthew Lambert. Tiandra Mushet. Corian Taylor. Trevian Taylor. Kiana Dyke. Janae Scott. Kaylee Tracy. Nevon Tolo. Rihanna Coley. And Adriana Gray. All right, thank you, Mrs. Scott. So congratulations to all the recipients. May this award serve as a reminder that excellence is always worthy of recognition. Please join in congratulating the Legacy of Excellence grant recipients with a warm round of applause. I hope the coming prefect bodies can maintain this. Wonderful. All right, now we move on to the sixth form scholarships. The first is the George Kirby Science Scholarship. I call upon Mrs. Shanique Plummer, the grade coordinator of the sixth form program, to give this scholarship. The George Kirby Science Scholarship is awarded to an upper sixth form student for top performance in the science. And this award goes to none other than Tiandra Mushet. Thank you, Mrs. Plummer. Congratulations, Tiandra. The second is the Patrickson Joseph Memorial Scholarship. I call upon His Worship the Mayor, Councillor Fitzroy Wilson, who is, okay, not seeing him. I call upon Miss Osheen Bryan, senior teacher here at KNOX College, to present this scholarship. As she makes her way here, just to state that the scholarship is awarded to an upper sixth form student who has shown a passion for the creative arts and the discipline for honing these skills. And the recipient for this year's Patrick Joseph Memorial Scholarship is Shade Dunkley. Wonderful. Thank you, Miss Bryan, and congrats, Shade. The third scholarship is the Humanities Scholarship. I call upon our very own Dr. Patroy Jones, our Dean of Discipline here at KNOX College, to present this award. The Humanities Scholarship is awarded to an upper sixth form student who is a top performer in the area of humanities. And the award goes to Janae Scott. Round of applause, please. Congratulations, Johnny. Thank you, Dr. Jones. The fourth scholarship is the Millicent Mahabir Scholarship. I am going to call upon Mr. Houghton Francis, senior teacher at KNOX College, to present this award. As he gets here, let me tell you that this award is given to an upper sixth form student who is a top performer in business. And this year's recipient for the Millicent Mahabir Scholarship is Latanya McLeod. Yes, man, cheer her up, cheer her up, cheer her up. Thank you, Mr. Francis. Congrats, Latanya. Now, fifth, this year, the Southern Mission Council of the United Church in Jamaica and Cayman Islands is giving an award to a sixth form student, well, the sixth form student with the highest academic average. In that case, it's only fitting that I call upon Reverend Anthony Chung, the Deputy General Secretary for Southern Regional Mission Council of the United Church, to give this award. Now, this student, since as this student had the highest average, let me tell you what the highest average was. This student's average was 94.6%. Isn't that awesome? So the award goes to none other than Adriana Gray. Where's Adriana? Okay. I hear she's not here to collect such a prestigious award. But that is the award there. Awesome. In her absence, it's worth the applause. 94.6 is an incredible average. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for all the students who have received scholarships and awards. Excellent, excellent, excellent. Now, this is a school of excellence, so I have one last thing here to go. So at this time, we want to pause to recognize and honor a faithful friend and servant of KNOX College, who've served KNOX College for so many years. Mrs. Doreen Evans. Mrs. Evans has recently retired. Let me just say some things here. Mrs. Evans has recently retired from the Board of Management after many years of dedicated voluntary service in this institution. Over that period, she served in various capacities and contributed meaningfully to the governance, welfare, and advancement of KNOX College. As a former school principal herself, Mrs. Evans brought to the board a deep understanding of school life, educational leadership, staff matters, and the delicate balance required in leading and supporting an institution such as the big school, KNOX College. Her advice was therefore not only thoughtful, but informed by experience, good judgment, and a sincere appreciation of the work of education. At board meetings, and I personally can recall, at board meetings, Mrs. Evans was known for offering sober, thoughtful, and valuable advice. Her contributions reflected wisdom, balance, and fairness, and a genuine concern for the best interests of the school. She supported the work of the board, the administration and the staff, and the wider KNOX family with quiet dignity and consistent commitment. Her service was especially valuable through her work on the personnel committee, where matters requiring care, fairness, confidentiality, and sound judgment are often considered. In that role, as in her wider service, Mrs. Evans gave generously of her time, experience, and insight. Beyond the formal work of the KNOX College Board of Management, Mrs. Evans was also a steady and supportive presence at school functions. For example, right now. Her attendance and participation over the years reflected not only duty, but sincere affection for KNOX College and a deep interest in the life and progress of the school. Those who know Mrs. Evans also know the grace and dignity with which she carries herself. Always elegant, case in point, and immaculately presented. She brought to school functions not only her support, but a quiet sense of refinement, respect, and occasion. Today, KNOX College expresses sincere gratitude to Mrs. Doreen Evans for her faithful, distinguished, and gracious service. Her contribution has helped to strengthen this institution and to sustain the work of education, leadership, and formation to which KNOX College remains committed. So our principal, Miss Dr. Bourne, is here, as well as Mrs. Evans, as he presents to her this token in her honor. I invite us all to give Mrs. Doreen Evans a sincerest and hearty round of applause for her tremendous service to KNOX College. We love you, Mrs. Evans. Thank you so much. Thank you, Mrs. Evans, and thank you, everyone.
Day to give the best of me. I'm only one, but not alone. My finest day is yet unknown. to taste the sweet. I face the pain. I rise and fall. Yet through it all, this much remains. I want one moment in time when I'm more than I thought I could be. When all of my dreams are a heartbeat away, and the answers are all up to me.
Madam Chair, Mrs. Marcia Edwards, our guest speaker, the Honorable Rhoda Moy Crawford, State Minister in the Ministry of Education, Skills, Youth and Information, Member of Parliament for Manchester Central, but most importantly, a fellow blue-blooded KNOXite. Our principal, Dr. Alexander Bourne, Vice Principals Mrs. Maxine Joseph Platt and Mr. Omar Smith, members of the Board of Governors, distinguished guests, members of staff, proud parents and guardians, friends, well-wishers, and most importantly, my fellow graduates of the graduating class of 2026, pleasant afternoon to you all. But before I begin, I should mention that I made a promise to my fellow graduates that I would not deliver a lengthy speech this afternoon. Looking at the faces of my classmates, I am reminded that many of us have spent years perfecting the art of appearing attentive while mentally calculating how quickly we could leave school. So, I will try not to stand between you and freedom for too long. Firstly, I give thanks to Almighty God, whose grace has sustained us through every triumph and every trial, and whose faithfulness has carried us through seasons we celebrated and seasons we simply survived. But before I continue, I would like to ask the graduating class to do something for me. Class of 2026, please stand. Come on. Now, stretch as high as you possibly can. Now, go higher. And once more, go higher. Thank you. You may be seated. There were actually two reasons for that exercise. The first is practical. After sitting for quite some time, I thought an exercise would do us some good. The second reason is far more meaningful. On the first day of orientation in grade 7, our principal, Dr. Alexander Bourne, stood before a hall filled with students who were excited, nervous, and completely unaware of how much their lives were about to change. During his presentation, he asked us to do exactly what we have just done. He said, stretch as high as you can. Then he said, go higher. And somehow we did. Then he said it again, go higher. And once again, we found a little more. At the time, it seemed like a simple demonstration. Looking back now, I've come to realize that it was one of the first lessons Knox College ever taught us. Many of the limits we accept are not actual limits, but assumptions. They are conclusions we arrive at long before we have truly tested our potential. What we often call our maximum is simply the highest point we have attempted so far. That day, Dr. Bourne planted a seed of excellence, of discipline, of faith, and of purpose. The remarkable thing about seeds is that they do not begin their growth where everyone can see them. They begin beneath the surface. As I reflected upon this afternoon's theme, rooted in excellence, rising in purpose, I was reminded of a quote I once heard, and I quote, "Take advantage of the spring, because winter is certain to come," end quote. This idea was further reinforced by the philosopher Jim Rohn, who thought that one would be naive to ignore the cyclical nature of life. He reminded us that the wise prepare for the challenges of winter while still standing in the warmth of spring, while the foolish remain blissfully unprepared. Like the farmer who sows with confidence and cultivates with patience, we must recognize that our current success is not an accident. It is the result of working in harmony with these seasons. Before a tree ever rises upward, it first commits itself to growing downward. Roots first, the foundation upon which greatness is built. A tree does not become strong in a single season. In spring, a seed encounters opportunity, the soil softens, and life begins to emerge. Then comes summer, the season of cultivation, of discipline, and of consistency. Day after day, roots push deeper while branches stretch higher. Eventually, autumn arrives, the season of reward, where effort begins to reveal its value and fruit becomes visible. Then winter comes, and winter always comes. The winds become stronger and storms arrive without invitation. Yet, winter serves a purpose of its own. It exposes the quality of the roots upon which our growth was tested and defined. As I look across this graduating class, I cannot help but realize that our journey through Knox College has followed much the same pattern. We arrived in our own spring with new uniforms and more questions than answers. Then came our summer, the season of... We arrived in our own spring with new uniforms and more questions than answers. Then came our summer, the assignments, projects, tests, and the realization that success requires far more than talent alone. We built character, discipline, integrity, qualities that do not always appear on a report card, but determine far more than a grade ever could. Along the way, there were countless memories: the school trips, the talent shows, the crowded cafeteria, the endless search for missing chairs, the race to copy homework at record-breaking speeds, the free sessions awarded to us where we could roam freely, socialize, and engage in fun activities, the gatherings at the courts during break and lunch where athletic ability was recognized, new bonds were formed, and rivalries created, and the division created during sports seasons, including the World Cup. By the way, who say Brazil? We achieved much, and we definitely did not scull any classes when we had work to do. We even navigated a technological revolution. To the teachers present, I assure you that AI helped us learn, and the fact that it occasionally helped us shortly before a deadline is purely coincidental. Eventually, autumn arrived with recognition, trophies, ceremonies, and leadership positions where the fruit of our labor was realized. Yet, our story cannot be told without speaking about winter. We experienced the disruptions of COVID-19, those days of extreme heat, cold, or sickness, the hurricanes, the countless assignments, tests, the headaches, and the unforgettable hours preparing for our CXC exams. Beyond these public struggles were private battles, grief, financial hardship, and self-doubt that many fought in silence. Yet, here we are, standing together, graduating together, and victorious together. Although we must recognize that victory is rarely a solo endeavor, and the harvest today is the result of many hands. To our parents, guardians, and families, thank you. Many of us stand here today because someone else carried a heavy burden so that we could hold an opportunity. To the teachers, thank you for believing in us, refusing to lower the bar, refusing to succumb to our complaints and laziness, and pushing us forward. I would also like to acknowledge a few students, namely Trenice Mead, Kiana Newman, Shamar Telfer, Lejon Williams, and Jevoshua Jakiba Emmanuel Johnson, whose humor and spirit provided us with much needed relief during our most stressful periods, along with all those who kept our spirits high when the pressure was on. Finally, we owe a profound debt of gratitude to the heart and soul of Knox College, our administrative, ancillary, and security staff. You are the ones who ensured that when we arrived, the environment was ready for us to thrive. Whether it was keeping the campus clean, managing logistics, or offering a kind word in the hallway, your contribution was the silent foundation of our education. To our grade coordinator, Mrs. Faithlyn Miller, and your team of homeroom teachers, thank you for shepherding us through our most challenging year with such steady guidance. A tree may receive recognition for its height, its fruit, and its beauty, but very few people ever see the roots that made that growth possible. Tonight, we honor those roots. As we leave these gates of Knox College, remember that trees do not grow tall by focusing on height alone. They grow tall because their roots continue to push deeper into the earth. So, move forward with this promise. Remain rooted in excellence and keep rising in purpose. Pursue success without sacrificing your integrity. Embrace opportunity without forgetting your guidance. And never lose the humility that brought you here. 5 years ago, Dr. Bourne gave a simple instruction: go higher. Today, that instruction is our command. Go higher in purpose, go higher in discipline, go higher in character, and go higher in service. Class of 2026, we have experienced our spring, we have labored through our summer, and we have endured our winter. Tonight, we celebrate our harvest. Congratulations. May God bless you, guide you, and keep you rooted in excellence as you continue rising in purpose. And remember our school's motto: Niti severe, neke kedere, to strive to serve and not to yield. One college. One college. Thank you very much. That is the end.
I wonder how me live like me see death on me door. Put me name in the side, go get off the shore. Me get it and go ahead for work and me no day up to snore. Day up to set a legacy like never before. Tell me mother, tell me father, them would never see for. Never say quit, but when they dip on the floor, the family last I still a smell I know my left with the score. This I gotta work to see these signs of blessings are pour. For sure.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm going to stand on the protocols that were established before, especially considering the valedictorian did state that he was not going to be long, so I don't want to drag out this wonderful ceremony much longer. Yes, I heard an amen over there. And Dr. Bourne, I mean, apart from the nostalgia, I think I want a redo. I want to do over for my own graduation. This is very exciting. But having established or acknowledged all of the wonderful guests here today, I want to particularly acknowledge our graduates today. And I'm going to ask the ladies and gentlemen of the class of 2026 to stand with me, please. As a proud past student of Knox College, the big school, the big school, and the home of excellence, it is my honor as the president of the Past Student Association to be the first to officially welcome you into the global alumni family. Today, you graduate not just with a certificate, but with a lifelong connection to a community that values excellence, integrity, and service. To confirm your induction, I invite you now to take a pledge. Yes, and I'd like you to reach for your programs and go to page 37, because I want you to recite the pledge with me. And let me see when everybody has found page 37. It's towards the end, right under the last set of pictures of the six farmers. All right, so we're ready. And after 3, we will all say the pledge. 1, 2, 3. As a graduate of Knox College, I stand today on the foundation of excellence, integrity, and service that has been laid before me, pledging to serve my alma mater, my community, my nation, and the world with the skills and values I have acquired, striving to be a compassionate, ethical, and active citizen who contributes positively to society. I commit to pursuing godly excellence in all my endeavors, embracing lifelong learning, seeking innovation, and rising to meet challenges with resilience and determination. I will be a leader who inspires and uplifts others, exemplifying integrity and honor in all my actions. I pledge to remain connected to my alma mater and my fellow alumni, supporting and encouraging one another as we journey through life, upholding the spirit of unity and fellowship that Knox College has instilled in me. Furthermore, I pledge to support the Knox Past Students Association and the entire Knox College community, contributing to their growth and success in every way I can. With this pledge, I step into the future as a proud Knoxite, ready to make my mark and uphold the principles of excellence, service, and leadership that defined me. One college, Knox College. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, class of 2026. You are now officially inducted into the Past Students Association. Please, and I believe there is a welcome in their folder. So you will find in your folder a welcome note, and may your journey ahead be filled with success, fulfillment, and joy. Welcome to the Past Students Association.
And so I invite all of us to stand together for the benediction. I share this benediction with you. Heavenly Father, as these graduates step out into the world, we ask that your blessings goes before them. May your love light their path, and may hope spring from their hearts as they look toward tomorrow. Grant them the courage to embrace new adventures, the wisdom to make wise choices, and the grace to use their unique gifts to make a difference. May they always know your guiding presence in times of joy and in moments of challenge. We send them forth with thankful hearts. In your holy name we pray. Amen. The national anthem.
our distinguished guests are exiting at this time. Please clear the aisle. Thank you very much.